Are we live? We've got music this time. I think so. This is the email. We're live. Oh yeah. I feel quite overexposed, as per usual. All right, rewrite. So, yo, David DeLassus, what's happening? Yo, Alunya, what's happening? Lovely to see ya. We're back again. Yeah. Hey, the second channel. What happened to the first channel? Things done. Oh man, I changed keyboard switches and life is just not the same. I was doing so much typing last week that I was getting the sore fingies from the heavy switches, and I was just like, man, I'm gonna get arthritis. So I put on the mushy linears and things working. They don't have to be done, but we've got core clock, we've got OpenGL coming up with, yeah. After coming up with, this is the first channel. What do I do next? How do we move on from here? We've got IMGUI, we've got texture loading, we got model loading, basic GLB, we've got asset loader saver for models, which is also materials, meshes, materials, textures, images. How are we? This is what we were working on last time. We've got debug 3D shapes. And these are draw commands, so we can call them from anywhere. What else did we do? We've got a logo. Why Odin? Replace instead of C++. Need the Odin locomotive in this version of Data Trains. Where? Oh, is that a real locomotive? Oh, yeah. Why are we rewriting this thing in Odin? Yeah, that's a good why. But why? That's a good question. Why rewrite? There's a few reasons. One, from best to worst reasons, or just pettiest to... one is took 2 months off and now frightened by the C++ code base. Legitimate. 2 was wrote the engine. I can say was the first ever writing of engine code. So I'd never done it before. Had never written core engine systems before. So I feel like everything that was written was kind of like a first attempt, and there were problems in the core, things like the clock, profiler had issues. C tool chain is a pain. How can I better rephrase that? C is hard to work with outside the code. So I like writing the code, but then like dealing with the header files and the dependency chains and the build systems and all that stuff takes mental work to manage. Like things like I built this Unity build system to build Genie faster, because building of H files, every single thing gets compiled, and it's like exponentially compiling. And so you do a Unity build where you build all the CPP files together, but then you exclude them from your project in Visual Studio so it doesn't build them, but then it doesn't know that they exist, and so you got to like include them but don't include them. And these ones want the PCH, and that like in Odin it's just like not a thing. I mean, and inside the code, C is hard to work with, kinda. H files, function prototypes, they're just annoying, right? Written in C and Raylib, all code in a 15,000 line of code C file with a single header. Yeah, and that's insane. I mean, that's all good, I guess. I don't know if I started like that, but I like to compartmentalize. Hate Unity builds with a passion. They're fast though. Why rewrite? Why Odin? One, it's a good language. Two, build system is simple. Three, hierarchy and packages are simple. Four, put anything anywhere in a package. Five, comes with what we need for the engine. The only thing I've had to import is IamGUI, and everything else comes bundled in the Odin packages and in the vendor thing. It actually kills compilation time. Yeah, well, kind of. But if like in the way that Genie was set up, it was just probably poor. This is the thing, like managing the headers. If I made one change in one header, it's like, well, everything is using the Genie header, which is using everything else. So then it recompiles every CPP file in the engine if you change one character in any header file. And then it's like, oh, well, now you need a strategy for how you're managing your header files. Like, I don't want to worry about that. Why did I move away from Raylib? Because of 3D. Well, I was like trying to do things like lighting and post-processing effects and render passes and all that. And I was kind of like trying to figure out how to do it with Raylib. And I was like, oh, I can look into Raylib and read the code and stuff. And as I read it, I was like, I don't want to modify it, and I don't like really understand how it works to work with it. So looking at like OpenGL, for example, it's written Raylib OpenGL is like, it's kind of like supports down to OpenGL like 1 or something, and like things like the texture batching. If you go read the texture batching code, it's crazy. It's like vertex based and like say your texture draw batching, so you want to draw texture, it just sends the vertices in and like makes these batches, and there are lines of code that are like 200 characters long of like you reading that and be like, oh dude, it's actually just probably a better idea. It was just like a better idea to do it. I needed to understand it, so it was better to just write it myself. I felt like, yeah. It was an experiment. I was like, I'll see if I can write it myself. But a lot of the stuff was like referenced, like how does Raylib load text and stuff. I mean, most of the stuff doesn't work. Yeah, well, the thing with the C thing is like I feel like some of those concepts, a lot of the like C++ is from C and from the 80s or something. So we're dealing with things that were set up a long time ago and are not necessarily like we're paying a price, some form of trade-offs. Well, I feel like, man, Odin, like, I don't know, it feels like designed just to be helpful and kind of minimal. I've been really enjoying it. What were some other cool things I found out while I was working? Oh yeah, and I've started working on a model viewer and a texture viewer. What does the project actually look like at the moment? All right, we have now, I close this and I can close this. So we got this weird thing. So we've got a little menu, and I can open model viewer and it loads in all the models that are in the game. Oh yeah, that little spinning is a thing. So we got a model viewer and it's got some little trackball, some janky kind of trackball, which is kind of cool. Yeah, can zoom in and out. You can change the scale of the model. Then it prints out like the mesh information and the textures. And when you click the textures, it'll open the texture viewer. This wasn't working for some reason, I don't know why. This is all the loaded textures in the project as well. So this one, basically it's kind of keeps track of what type it is based on the loader. So this one's a metal rough, and I've got a little shader that can pull out the channels. So that's like the roughness and the metallic. I don't know why the mid level's not working now. Yeah, I was just messing around with like the way these are drawn is kind of weird. Oh, you can zoom in, but and pan, but it's kind of a bit buggy because I'm doing this a weird way and drawing it to the render buffer. A render buffer. What was it written in previously? It was in C++. I could maybe get the VS1 2022. I'll pull up the other code base. I don't know, maybe any project once it gets big enough gets kind of crazy. But I hate having two files for everything. Oh yeah, that was how long it takes to load the game. Options, borderless. Yeah, okay. Whoa, I'm doing all this debug stuff. I don't even know where I'm drawing it. Genie demo run, Genie is running. The other thing is I hate using Visual Studio, and that's my bad because I created my own dependency on Visual Studio because I didn't learn any other build systems. Game. Where am I drawing this? Stress? Is it called stress? can't find it. I don't even know where I'm drawing the debug stress test. Debug. Draw. I don't know. Debug draw. It's probably in the debug draw thing, isn't it? Is there a debug draw stress test as a function? Stress? No. It's giving me stress. No. No, is it in the editor? The Genie editor or the editor? Genie editor. No. Where did I even do it? I don't know. Debug shape stress test. Okay, turn off. Yeah, GUI was pretty straightforward, I think. Oh, the loading. Borderless. Okay, let's open an actual level where there's actually gameplay. Demo world. Oh, lovely. So this is the C++ version. Oh, I get a little train going. Lovely. Oh, I can't not draw this. Get this stuff over here. Dun, 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 dun. So we got a little train game going. Oh, dude. What microphone? This is a Rode Reporter. I had it for a video job. Yeah, so this is the CPP version. And yeah. Don't know really what to say about that. We can put rocks in the water. How good. Now that I'm looking at that, I'm like, this is a complicated project. Rewriting this in Odin is a crazy thing to do. But yo, paintball gun, what's up? But we've got a model viewer. We didn't have that before. And it's actually kind of helpful to debug stuff. I don't know. Part of the thing with the with the first version is I was like, you don't need an engine, you don't need systems like we don't need hierarchies and that stuff. We're just gonna make the game. We just make the game and we brute force the game. And then I get into like loading and saving settings and serialization, transformations, a lot of the stuff that they just didn't do. I like that kind of reacts to that. Kind of. Is becoming like a problem. So, I don't know. Like even this first little rewrite, I fixed the frame limiter. Now the frame limiter actually limits frames and creates the correct delta time and stuff. There's VSync. I don't know, it's like every time you like do a thing and then do it again, you're just gonna have a better time of it. But also, I don't know, releasing this on Steam. This UI is I am GUI. To answer, did I make this UI? This UI is I am GUI. So this is like what I call editor UI. The idea is to make, the idea is to actually make a game and release it. And the game was coming along. I don't know, like you could make this game with an off-the-shelf engine, but I don't know why, but I didn't. And here we are, sort of like 8-9 months into the project and starting from scratch, which is like the curse of the game dev curse. Yeah. But anyway, things that are kind of working are that. But having that, like the texture viewer, I built the texture viewer and I was like, oh, textures are loading in completely wrong for anything other than sRGB things. What do I suggest? Should I learn C++ first? Start with Odin. I want to do things like you do. Right. Well, I think the actual way to do it is learn C, not C++. Then Odin, if you want to do something like that. Yeah, because really C is the fundamentals of Odin, C++, everything. And it will give you an appreciation and understanding of how everything is done in every language. They're all just built off the fundamentals. Yeah, skip C++. I mean, C++ is kind of good for like learning resources and stuff. But now that I guess like last time I tried Odin, I was like, I don't have the fundamentals to know why Odin exists. Like I was like, oh, what's wrong with C++? Everybody just use C++. And I was like, maybe I should use C++ for a while until I get sick of it and realize why Odin was made in the first place. I'm like, okay, yeah, I kind of got there. But it also leads you down kind of a bit of a rabbit hole. Carl Zelinsky is a great resource for Odin. Yeah, actually, I got the book. We should bring the book up. We should be good. Whoops. Did I download it? Or is it on... We should get the book. You know what's crazy is people still go and play the Daisy Chains original. Oh, is this gonna like give me copyright strikes? It's like some beats with samples in it. Don't copyright strike me. Understanding the Odin programming language. I own this book. Did I download it already? Download HTML. Oh, I already downloaded it. There it is. Open. Oh, don't open it in here. Don't open it in here. Understanding the programming language. Why would you open an HTML in there? Okay. Oh yeah, here it is. There it is, understanding the Odin programming language. C is a simple language but complex to use correctly. It is essential to understand the design choices of Odin. Yes. Model format's complex. Did you make your own loader or use the off-the-shelf one? So that is a hard task. Models.odin. So Odin has cglTF in the vendor library. And what sucks is there's like no documentation for this, no examples. There's examples, I mean, I was like digging into this. So you load the glTF file and you kind of, the data, you end up with some glTF data. So where does this, okay, and then you load the buffers and you get this, you look into it and you're like, some C thing that does something in a C library, cool. But the data is of type glTF data. It's a data, and a data holds, and you can see what it is. It holds a slice of meshes, materials, and all these informations. And so you go into material, and then you can see it's very C-like. It's got things like has PBR metallic roughness, which is a bool. And then you're like, okay, if it has it, then it has this PBR metallic roughness information. and then it has a texture view. And the texture view has a texture pointer, and the texture pointer has an image pointer, and the image pointer has a buffer view pointer, and the buffer view pointer has a buffer pointer, and the buffer has some actual data. And that's where it is. And so like I was going through that. So you get what's cool is this interface is an Odin interface, the cglTF one. So it does have some things like slices and stuff. And then you go through this local transform thing doesn't work. It's broken. And then I've just boiled it down to load from primitive and primitive load material, glTF load. You go in and you extract the data basically. You get the metallic roughness factor, and then the image loading was a little bit so the glTF image, the image texture.image, and this is the glTF image, which holds a name, a buffer view, and then I think I'm going load glTF image. So this is going into, it's like finding the offset and the size of the data and then making a pixel buffer. So I'm basically making a slice of like byte pointers, or slice of, this is kind of like, this is void pointer really. So this just points to some data of some size. And then we cast it into byte. Why am I casting? Pixel buffer is making bytes into U8 is the same thing as byte. Oh, this is like a slice into this memory, and then we copy that into this memory. And then we load the pixel buffer. Why do I need this buffer data? And then we need to offset. It's kind of painful stuff. So early, I know. I was excited. I woke up excited. Now I'm trying to explain the internals of loading glTF images, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't really know. All I know is I'm trying to make this game, and maybe I'm avoiding things by rewriting it. But the other cool thing is there is this asset system. So we were working on this last time. We're making I can't even remember what we're working on. We're making a binary loader for materials or something, saver. And now the model asset, so a model gets loaded in, and we load it from some file, and then we ask if there is an asset. We load the header of the asset and look at the source time, the source path, the source file modification time against the stored modification time. We load the asset from the asset if it's current. So this like loads a header, and then if it's a model header, we load this thing called, oh yeah, we've got to do the string read. So this is like read string from bytes. So the length is, we store the length and the bytes. And so we read out the length and we read out the bytes. And then we read out the asset data of type model asset. And this, I don't know if this is interesting at all, but so we make a size UA. This is a slice of bytes that we're making. So make means allocating. Size of the asset, whatever T, this is like a generic. And then we read the bytes at the size. And then we copy the data into those bytes. And we're just assuming it's the right thing. And then we get the model information from there. Oh yeah, so this was the thing that I learned while doing this, is that it was giving me these, I was doing this append to the meshes, and because of the way like the strings are allocated over here, we're making the string, we're reading bytes into it, returning the string bytes as a string. And then like when we're freeing this, these allocations like need to be freed. Otherwise Odin would complain about memory leakages in this tracking allocator. So this tracking allocator tracks the main like context allocator. So in Odin, every time you call a function, it passes this context which has a bit of information and like a memory allocator and stuff. And whenever you do an allocation, it defaults to this context allocator. And then at the end, this defer, it prints out any unfreed memory. So if I say map equals make a map of string to int or something, expected a statement map. Oh, I guess dynamic array is easier. Dynamic equals make a dynamic array of ints. And it won't do anything. This is like, if I go here and I go to the console, it doesn't give me any issues. But if I pin some at the dynamic array, some number, I wonder if it will actually, because I do free that context allocator. Okay, 64 bytes. One allocation is not freed. I don't know if you can see that. One allocation is not freed. 64 bytes. So it tracks that allocator. But yeah. But if then you say delete the dynamic array. Hey Jesse, how we don't get any issues. But I was still having trouble because it was like I wasn't sure where the leak was coming from, because as I said, it's coming from the dynamic arrays that I was building. And the model assets was pointing to these lines of my appending meshes, and I think it was to do with strings and stuff. So what I ended up doing as a little thingy-mabob was creating in this assets struct. You can make arenas in Odin. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm spiraling on about unimportant things. So you can make a virtual memory arena. You can make your own allocator, and you can make another tracking allocator. And so when I init a growing arena, and then an allocator that allocates to that arena, and then a tracking allocator that uses the arena allocator. And then whenever I do this like asset write string or read string, more importantly, I write it in here and I send in this arena allocator. And that just means like you can free your arenas when you need to. And I'm like, well, an asset file is probably going to be live for the whole duration. I mean, maybe it isn't. Maybe once you've loaded all the assets, you want to free the allocator. But at the close of the program, I can free all and destroy the arena. And then I also do this free all. And if I don't do this, I think I get a ton of leakage errors. Yeah, these are all the things that get allocated in the asset loading thing. But it's just a way to kind of just free a whole group of things. And this was kind of like in the original Daisy Trains, there was this, I built some janky arena system for, not even arenas really. Kind of was arenas for like levels and stuff. And so you could create, in the world, you could create a world arena, and you put all the grids and all the trains and everything in this arena. And then when you load a new world, you just clear that arena and load into it again. So it's kind of cool. But, oh yeah, what I was really wanting to do. So yeah, just we have high-tech model viewing apparatus. and texture viewing. So I wanted to fix something in this. I was thinking about this as a bad way to do this. It doesn't matter really, but I still want to do it anyway. Texture viewer, Odin. Oh yeah, one thing I learned was, so IamGUI wants C strings for everything. Then Odin's got really good formatting of its own strings. But then if you want to make a C string, you have to like allocate it and deallocate it and go through a process. So in the editor, I create a little thing, C string. I don't think I need this one. So this takes in a string and any args and returns a C string. And there's a format function called ctprintf, because it's like printf and tprintf. ctprintf creates a C string. It does allocate, but it allocates using the temporary allocator, which is cleared every frame anyway. So that's just like an auto C string creator. Yeah, I don't know why that was so important to me, but okay, so this is the texture viewer. And right now, because I wanted to run it through a shader, just for the only reason that I could have some options of like isolating the R, G, and B channels on like metallic roughness. I have added a MIP level thing, but for some reason it's not working. Oh, why is this F32, dude? And this is a set. This is like some AI code that I asked it to help me with a thing. Help me with the math. Pine tree base color, MIP levels. Oh yeah, so even there, I'm like, what are the MIP maps? Are the MIP maps real? I don't know what they are. There's no way to get information on MIP maps from OpenGL. But yeah, it's making 12 MIP maps. And then it I think it auto blurs them. So like here, when you're far out from an image, I think it will be drawing some LOD MIP map, but it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's going on. Yeah, but anyway, now we've got a MIP map viewer, which is kind of cool. And you can also pick any of the loaded textures that are loaded into the project and just view them. And it'll give you a bit of information about them. But in order to draw to IamGUI and have this shader, I'm like drawing to a frame buffer, and then I'm doing some complicated like stuff to put it in the right place, and it's dumb. And what I realized is there's a whole way to like IamGUI image callback. How do I handle da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee? Oh yeah, so there is this thing, because you just call IamGUI image, and what it does is like cue an image to be drawn when IamGUI does its thing. But it'll just use whatever the default setup is. Like the render state for IamGUI. Callback. I don't want all this. Image, we get the draw lists. It's not actually on this page. I don't want to know about Zig. What is the thing? Draw list callback with custom shader. Dun 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 dun. Just show me the. So you go draw list, add callback. Yeah, basically what you want to do is say to open, before calling that thing, call this other thing, and it's going to load the shader and whatnot. Texture viewer, image callback. I'm wondering, I did read about this. Did I find an actual web page with some information on it, or? Oh, true. Or was this just some, did I get a chat thing? No, it was us talking about UVs. So this is basically to set, don't worry about that. We just want to do this. I think this is all we want to do in here. I'm GUI image custom shader. We do the thing, the draw list. We got to get the draw list. Oh, someone just give me a thing. I don't want to render that. I'm already rendering a. Oh no. I'm gonna have to ask AI. I'm sorry. What is the method of drawing an IMGUI image with custom shader? Yo, Andy, how's it going, man? How you feeling about morale? If the texture viewer dot selected text equals nil, do return. Oh no, no. I don't want to argue with you. Sorry. I'm doing away with the frame buffer and using an IMGUI call back instead. Text equals G text viewer dot selected text. Cast. Oh, we need a. Why are you doing that? We don't need to send that. It'll just, it exists, mate. Am I using some static channel? Text viewer is the G texture viewer. Where is the channel being? RGBA channel. Oh, the static texture. RGBA channel. How's the release window looking? Okay. Texture viewer tv.rgba channel. So we're not going to do that. Oh yeah, we are going to do this. We are not going to do the frame buffer. I should probably save all this. We're probably not going to do any of this. Probably not going to do a lot of this. tv.rgba channel. So this says to GUI image. You don't know. You need to set key owner. I don't think that's correct. I'm gonna keep looking for this. GUI image custom shader. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is like people having problems. So we go draw list. I don't want to push clip rect. Add callback. We need to first get the draw list, right? I just don't know what in order. Doing final prep, focused on marketing, riding the waves of stress. GUI.get draw list. Add callback. Okay, so we do it before we call the image. Don't worry about that. I think we're just gonna chill all this stuff out and do the im.drawList get drawList. GUI get window drawList. Which one is it? Yes. So this is drawList. Oh, I'm on this keyboard. And then im.drawList list add callback. And it wants pointer to the draw list, so draw list. And it wants a callback, which is a draw callback, which can be callback. Texture viewer image callback. Raw pointer. Do we need data? Add the callback. Why do we need that? Can I just put nil? It needs expected draw list draw command. Parameter types differ between. Does this proc need some im.draw command? So this needs parent list. What is this? Pointer to im.drawList and command, which is pointer to im.draw command. CMD. Why would you abbreviate that? So can we send it in? Proc-C. Does this need to be proc-C'd? Where do we put proc-C again? Do we put it after the proc? Okay. So we can add this, and this will get called back. And we're just going to draw the actual tv.select texture in here. We won't worry about zoom stuff. We won't even worry about UV stuff. And then in here, shader enable. Context has not been defined. Context equals runtime default context. Is this because it's context runtime.default context. Not set, but that. Okay. Runtime package. Do we need this? import core runtime as base runtime. Okay, that seems to do something. And then we also need to return. Do we need to bind the texture? I don't know if we do. I am draw list add image. So we need to do now an explicit call. I am dot draw list add image. All of this so I can change channels. The draw list, the texture ID is tv.image selected text.id min max. I am vec2 cursor position. We need to get the cursor position. Wow, this is involved. Cursor position. Can we just not send this in as a vec2? Position. Cursor position plus display width. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ay. Come on. Oh, it's not cursor position, is it? It's just cursor. Cursor.y plus display width, display height. Oh, these aren't vector 2s. Okay. What else do we need? UV1, UV0. Well, these are auto-fired, so we don't need them. And this probably needs a U64. And cursor. Okay. I am dummy. Add a dummy to handle interaction. Interesting. Just make it an int then. Okay. Let's just comment out this zoom pan stuff. See what happens. Do we get anything? What's this about Odin? I thought we were using C++. Me too. Okay, we get nothing. That's a good sign. Yeah, I don't know. I took a little bit of time off because we moved country, and I was looking back at the project being like, I can't do it anymore. So I was doing a little exercise to rewrite some core stuff. And I got kind of caught up in that. So let's just see if maybe we should put this up here. Do we get to debug text inside the callback? Do we get that? Inside the callback. We are calling the callback. That's nice. Oh, we need to reset the IamGUI render state is the thing that we need to also do. Iam.reset render. Reset. Is this some other thing? There's a reset. I am callback reset render state. I am dot callback what is this? Add callback. Okay. GL use program 0. Okay. IM dot draw list add callback. The draw list and the callback is IM dot reset render. What is that? It's a function. IM draw callback reset render state. Callback dot I don't know what it is. Is this same? Am I looking at the same code? IM callback reset render state. Is that not in IM GUI? Hey, easy. Reset render state callback. Oh, here we go. Advanced draw callbacks. Use IM GUI IM draw callback reset render state callback to instruct backend to reset the state. So how do I use it? Come on, man. I don't know if that's correct. Dude. I wish there was just some clear example of this. I don't think this is correct. Change sampler, change shader, may be used to omit custom render. IM callback. Use special IM render state callback to instruct backend to reset its rendering state. Can you read this line? Not sure how to use this callback. Sir, draw list add callback. IM callback. I don't think it exists, man. It's not showing up on my thingamabob. Yeah, it is not declared by IM. Is it in one of the other files? Reset render state. Anyone? Anyone? That doesn't exist in the code base. Where is it? Ah, yo, buon appetito. Buon appetito, mangia, mangia. Oh, 0-0. I don't know if I believe in your 0-0. I don't know if I believe in it. I'm getting nothing. I may have messed up the... I may have messed up something here. So instead of this, let's just add plus texture dot width cursor dot y texture dot height. Okay, we're drawing nothing. So we set this, we do blah blah. We set this stuff. Do we need to bind the texture maybe? I mean, we're sending it the ID, so surely understand what I am texture ID. Pmin and Mac represents the upper left and lower right corner of the triangle. UV min and max generally display the entire texture. Okay, so I am sending the texture. Is there any other example? Any other piece of this code? We begin, we do this. We set things, we add rectfill, we add callback, reset render state. Is the mouse picking enabled in the engine or using some kind of raycast solution that involves off-screen? In the original one, mouse picking, all the mouse picking's done with little custom things. Like there's a grid mouse picking thing based on, how does that even work? It's like it iterates through like active cells and does a raycast into them. There is some ray mesh and ray cube intersection code that came from Raylib. No, I don't do any of that shader stuff. I don't know how that works. Don't worry about this, I am dummy. So what is the problem here? We get the cursor, we get the draw list, we add draw list, add callback. So it calls this. Was there something else I was doing? Do we get here? Can I debug this? Don't let it kill you, but he don't say me. Okay, we get the text. The texture is correct. We get the shader, we enable the shader stuff, we do the shader sets. window. What is all this? Huh. Why though? Draw list texture viewer image callback nil. Add callback, draw list texture viewer image callback. Yeah. Yeah, we're calling that. So it should do this. And then the add the image, we want to draw list, texture ID, position minimum is the cursor, then the cursor plus the width and the height. Do we actually need to call the... No. Oh, what's going on there? Oh, I wanted a thing there, sis. Okay, so this, the cursor is real, right? Yeah, 110 by 124. Add the callback, add this. What happens if nothing happens inside this? We just return. Don't worry about setting this stuff. So it's not drawing anything. I see nothing. Example for so this doesn't really get into the callback side of things. This is just how to draw an image, right? Advanced users may also decide to keep a low-level type and use drawless callback to pass information. Modifying render state. You can use draw callbacks to manipulate the render state. I'm draw callback, I am set sampler. Get window draw list. I add callback. Oh, and then just straight up draw the image. This is what I thought. I don't think we had to do this add image. I thought we could just do this. Draw the image. Can we not just do this? Oh, okay, so we can draw the image. And then we do our code. We're still not returning the thing, so it may bug out. Oh no, we can't. Dude, I thought it was so simple. Sorry, what are you saying? im.drawList add callback, drawList texture view image callback nil. That's this line, right? I know chili beans, I know, but not now. How infuriating. Oh, now GUI's kind of broken. Oh yeah, we've broken it. So we do need that and it's not in any of these files. Cursor equals get im.get drawlist, im drawlist add callback drawlist texture viewer. That's literally what the code is. These three lines, right? That doesn't have anything. These callbacks are nothing. Examples. Oh, this is not what I want, man. Why does this thing use special IAM draw callback render state? Do you add it as a string maybe? What even is it? Can I do it manually? I mean, is all I'm doing really just setting the shader back to 0 really? Texture, viewer, reset, render, state. And it's this stuff. Shader disable. It's one line of code. Context. Texture, viewer, reset, render state. So it does that, and then it does it, and then and then everything's fine. Nope. A nope. All of this just so I can change channels on the image. Maybe it was better the other way. I thought this was going to be quite straightforward though. Is this something to do with the proxy thing? Maybe shucks. Maybe I'm out of me. I am depth. Yeah, this breaks things badly, doesn't it? Oh, I'm GUI state is all broken. Restore the sampler. Is there a callback for just setting a shader? Clone output channel split primitive rect. No. Cast is true. Cast is true. Can you try cast? What are we casting? Your rendering loop must check for user callback and IAM draw command and call the function instead of rendering triangles. For some backends, a callback may be accessed selected render states exposed by the backend in an IAM GUI implementation render state. Not in there, there isn't. What about in here? Not in here, there isn't. That's kind of cool that there's things in there. Bro. I'm GUI internal. Not in there, there isn't. Alright, maybe the texture viewer was fine the way it was. I deleted a lot of stuff. How far can I go back? I should have I should have committed this before I did this. Oh, there's a lot of backing. There's a lot of backing up. Okay, we're back. This is how to waste time instead of making games. Okay, so yeah, anyway, we got this texture viewer. You can pan around inside it and like there's no real problem there. Why would you change that? Okay, cool. We've got a model viewer. It draws multiple models, multiple meshes. This has got multi-meshes. Now I'm like thrown off. I don't know what to do next. Get reset hard, yeah. Yeah, cool. So anyway, yeah. I kind of need to do like transforms to be able to like, I don't know why I'm getting this local matrix 0 in here. This is not good stuff. When we load the model, and we do the node get transform line. Oh, of course we're not actually loading it through here, are we? Download a game engine and so this goes into here if node has matrix. It does not. Node translation. Translation 00 scale. Matrix 4 from TRS. So why would this send in? Oh, it cannot do that. Okay. So in here, translation equals matrix translate T. The translation is 0. Scale, multiply the translation by multiply the scale. So then the local transform is, hey, that looks right. Oh, do we never set, we get it, but we never actually write it into the mesh. Oh wait, we load the transform, but I guess we never set it, do we? We just never set it. Mesh, why do we need to do it in here? Local transform. And that way, if we were to like, what's my stance on GC languages like go in that? Stance on garbage collected languages. Well, I've only worked with C. I've only worked with C. C#. So I can't really say anything other than like, I don't know. enough. Basically, all I know is that, like, if you want to go fast, then use then you got to manage the memory, right? Is that how that works? But maybe it goes pretty fast. What's going on here? We're crashing, trying to look at the material viewer. Let's go. Okay, so you can have another material called material 2. Oh man, this is struggling. And you can have a green material, right? And if we were to GLB these guys, and a Genie GLB, daisy trains Odin, source, Genie, res, models, say test model dot GLB. Did I like it? Doesn't have to be Go, but does garbage collection get in the way? Well, like in Unity, you use C# to script your game, but it doesn't actually do the heavy lifting of the, you know, the systems stuff. It does game systems, but not like engine systems. And you can certainly write slow code. I mean, it's fast, but when you're doing things, depends at what level level of lowness, I think. Like, I don't know, people have written, this is the thing, I think the modern computers and languages are fast, even with garbage collectors. But for some reason, we get all like performance orientated and wanna control every last little bit and byte and optimize. So it depends, I guess, what you want to do. Test model source, that's the pine tree. And this is the pine tree. And then we can do the test model. Test model OK equals model load. Let's see if it works. It doesn't really have a proper material and stuff, so we'll see. But it'll texture bind. Okay, so I'm not checking if it has an albedo map here. That's important. This is model draw basic. Okay, if mesh.material dot albedo map does not equal nil, then do this stuff. This is a very basic renderer, just using the beautiful. Oh yeah, interesting. That's kind of cool. These are the kind of graphic bugs that are like, oh yeah, this model viewer thing. Oh, is this gimbal lock? Yeah. It resizes in its aspect based on the window size, which I thought was pretty cool. Okay, so the reason it's doing this is we need this use, if use this, then get this. Vec for albedo equals material material dot albedo factor, which is a bit weird. What's wrong with you? Oh yeah, I'm forgetting my semicolons now. Then do that. So sample the albedo if we're using the albedo. So in the code we need to Man, there's so much to be done. If is not equal nil, we go set shader set int of the shader, and the uniform name is u material dot use this. Set that true, else set that false. And now it's not. If the map is not equal to nil, set the uMaterial use ID and bind the texture, else use set to false. Texture bind 0 the mesh material albedo to ID. Set int this, yes. So what's wrong? Is this not compiling? If equals 1, so it's of type bool, but maybe we should set of type int. It was working. Oh, we weren't really using it, were we? 1, 0. Are these not the same thing? Obviously not. Do we get any weird debugs? GL get error returned invalid enum image load asset. Call GL at textures Odin. Why am I getting a bug there? 97. Oh, did I? Okay, there's a little bug there. So we're still not seeing anything. And the basic, the albedo is the albedo factor. Let's just make it width 4. 1 red 0 1 1. So like magenta. If albedo A is less than, oh, we don't have albedo A, yeah. This is only here. That's probably the problem. Well, whatever. We're probably not going to get colors. Okay, so that's interesting. Albedo equals that. Okay, so that's back. And our test models, we get one big cube, but we're getting 0 matrices again. Why though? Delete. The model asset. Do we actually save? Oh, sorry, on the mesh asset. Mesh asset embed, mesh asset local transform equals local transform. Live reload. I was using C++. Yeah, basically we moved country and I was I took a lot of time off, and when I got back into it I was like struggling to see a way forward. And so I was like, oh, I know, I'll write it again in another language, which could be just as bad an idea. Live reload. I had a dream I was working in Godot, and I'm like, that's right, we've got hot reloading. So we do load embedded, and it loads all the stuff, and the mesh, do we not some point, set the mesh. We load all this stuff, so why do we not save all this stuff? I saw these things. Well, let's just go G and track from this model load. Making a 3D game from scratch is just not a good idea. Okay, we don't have an asset, so we load it from GLB. We come in here, we get the we get all the stuff. Oh, this name, source path, that's a problem. Let me just change this real quick. Get file name short of the source path. Okay. Primitive count, blah de blah. We get this, we get this. We create the mesh, we get the node transform. Okay. The local transform equals what? So this has got some interesting transform data. What is this called? The model name, the model is test model. So we're inside test model. Yes, this makes sense. So we're, for some reason, we're setting the local transform here. The mesh.local transform looks good. We do all this stuff. We upload the mesh to the GPU, yep. We append. We get the local transform. This one looks like something else interesting. Yeah, we've got these. If model OK, do asset create. We're embedding all this stuff. Lovely. So when we do the model viewer, first up, when we draw the thing, we go draw basic. Model draw basic. If model is nil, model draw basic. Okay. And actually we want to set the, we're not actually using matrix equals this matrix. And we want to say that the matrix trans xf matrix equals matrix. Oh, okay. We actually need to do this down here per mesh. This is not super important. Well, we may need to do that. MVP equals that. And I don't know if we can just times the mesh.local transform here. For some reason, yeah, see, this is where we get local transform is 0. Did we not load it, bruv? Did we not see that it was nice? Did we not see that we had a nice thing? I guess we can, here when we say this, we can say log mesh, oh dude, mesh local xf is print a fancy mesh.local transform. And now we won't get any output because we created assets. Delete. Maybe if we delete that, maybe now it'll work. Yeah, there we go. Well, look, there we go. We've got our local transforms, and there they are. And the pine tree will also work. This will not, because I need to recreate the thing. Rail corner flat, this, delete. But that's heartening, and that we're actually getting the local transforms properly. Ah, we're not anymore. Okay, so something happens when it's loaded from the meshes. When we load the mesh asset, do we need to an asset file mesh make read asset data? So we're reading it. If the read is okay, the mesh.material, the mesh.local transform, we probably need to load that in, equals local mesh asset dot local transform. Do we also need to say the mesh dot primitive type equals mesh asset dot primitive type? Are we doing that anywhere else? Just forget to do that. Anything else we store in the mesh asset that should probably be coming through? That's it. Okay, so maybe this actually works. Maybe it was working the whole time. Yeah, there you go. Pine tree. We're back. But here's a question. Do we want to store these things as matrices or transforms? And how do we bounce between transforms and matrices? And do we need an entity component system? And just a sec, I need to go bathroom. What is Odin? Oh, let's play with this for a minute. Just to, Odin is, it's a tree growing algorithm. Now, Odin is a programming language that is a sort of a C-like programming language, kind of a modern adaptation of sort of someone were to design C for the modern era a little bit. We can actually look up on understanding the programming language. Why learn Odin? If you don't know C or C++, don't be intimidated. If you come from a higher level language such as C#, JavaScript, or Python, but want to learn low level language where performance and control is easily attainable, then Odin may be for you. Odin is the data-oriented language for sane software development. General purpose programming language with distinct typing built for high performance, modern systems and data oriented. Odin is the C alternative for the joy of programming. How good. So there's this whole thing that Odin does, which is quite high tech. Don't really know how to use it, but the structures of arrays versus array of structures. But what we're going to do is I'm going to make a file, new file called transform. I don't know whether that needs its own file, but I'm just going to make it anyway. And this is all you need to do to create a new file. Package Genie. If it's in the same folder and it's got the same package name, it's part of the Genie thing. So we can put a transform, which is before we do this, does the linear algebra file. Yeah, open it, man. I want to actually open it. Linalg. Does this have the concept of a transform? No. Okay. A structure that has a position, has a local position, which is a big 3, a local rotation, big 3, and a local scale. Although are these defined as a thing? I don't know. World position, world rotation, world scale. And maybe a parent, which is a pointer to a transform. Doing things like that, you can just chuck that in there. You can chuck a parent, you can chuck a pointer to this type inside the type, I think. No issues. So looking into our old code, we had I think Genie math transform set parent. Okay, so I started building these transform systems. Oh, math.h. Okay. Inline, bloody blah. Was there a matrix to transform? Transform to matrix. But is there a matrix from transform? Mat4 from TRS. Decompose. I think that might be quaternions. I don't know much about quaternions. Say matrix to map4 to transform. Matrix MTX map4 return a transform. Packet imports math core math linalg and prefix it with that. I mean, name it alg dot matrix for from derived Euler angle, so many things from TRS. So this F32. So it wants this in a quaternion. But maybe we can... Maybe we should just try it. So we could say position, rotation, scale of type Vic3. Position equals position. I wonder if it's got it. Position from matrix. Euler angles translation. Come on, translation. So this says to do translation equals matrix for translate. T. This returns a matrix. Oh, I got it the wrong way around, didn't I? Whoops. Okay. Decompose matrix to position, rotation, scale. Blah, 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 math, extract the scale. Blah, a lot of people posting a lot of things. Where's the actual code? For overall matrix into position, rotation, and scale. Position and scale are easy. Rotation's a bit itch. Quaternion versus Euler angles. Oh, dude. Surely, did I not do any of this? Okay. Okay. Well, why don't, instead of doing that, because when we, is that going to be in, it's going to be in the wrong one, isn't it? This, sorry, in this node get transformed is taking the rotation node dot, quaternion node dot rotation is 4 F32s. So that seems like it is position, rotation, and scale. Oh, it's even got a matrix. Hey AI, how do I do this? Is it possible to decompose a matrix into transform? Don't give me anything about quaternions. Oh yeah, that's pretty much what it was saying. And we need to calculate the Euler angles. All right. I trust you. Do I? Need the math file. And why am I not typing so weird? Why would you rewrite it in Odin? I've explained this so many times. I mean, I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I just was struggling a lot with the project in general. I was ready to kind of like, it's too hard. And it was like the first write of an engine for me. So it was like a lot of it going into it being like, I think I did a lot of things not great. So I was like, man, I just don't want to be dealing with all the peripheral stuff around the language. I just want to kind of, it's a good idea. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it took 6 months to get to like sort of a working 3D game, kinda, but everything was so brittle. I was like, man, I want to go in and like add like proper transformations, like this kind of thing. And I was like, dude, I don't know what's a good idea. I can only do what I'm doing, really. Editor. So if I wanted a thing that was like draw transform and take in the XF transform. So we need to do im dot float 3, slider float 3, drag float 3, local position, and a pointer to the XF dot local position. Hey, auto formatting. Local rotation. I was like, I don't need to do this stuff. I don't need to create proper transforms and editor things and all this. We'll just do it all in the code. And I was in there, I was like, man, this actually sucks. I don't know, we did Robomo and we made a game with the engine and shipped it in 4 days. And we were just like, I was struggling so bad with the transformations and some other systemic things. I was like, it's all good to say, I don't need an engine. Why can't I take this? Oh, because this is not XF. Will this work? Yeah, I don't need the zeros then. This is not going to actually... We need that as a pointer, actually. So in the models, basically all I wanted to do in the model viewer is, instead of drawing a matrix, which isn't very readable, local transform here, say draw transform, and send in the mesh dot. Oh, we don't want to calculate it every time now, do we? Do we want to do it on load? I also want to be a good idea. Same kind of idea. Yeah, well, okay, here's the thing. I was actually making a bit of a video on this, a little Daisy Chains devlog, on like, if you want to make a game and ship a game as soon as possible, don't do this. And like that was originally the goal, but then I kind of changed the goal to be like, I want to like, make something that I think is really good and is unique, and I also want to understand like what it is, what's going on, like why are games the way they are and how did they get there, and what's the process, what's actually going on, you know? And also I find it kind of fascinating. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just got issues. Let's store it on the mesh, eh? Let's just store it on the model, on the meshes. Dream game is coming. Oh, come on, Olex. You're just as bad as me, mate. I see your tweets. I see you. Oh, I saw you doing audio. That looked good. That looked good. That looked good. How do you handle? Are you you'd be into quaternions, wouldn't you? You'd be into quaternions, wouldn't you? You'd be like, yeah, I need quaternions. Local. So let's change this to local transform matrix. No. Almost wants the dual quaternions. I don't even know what a quaternion is. All I know is people like, you need to use quaternions, otherwise you get the gimbal lock. I'm like, what is it? So when we load the mesh, I guess we could do it in models. It's annoying to have to maintain two of these. If okay, mesh dot local transform equals transform mat4 to transform of the mesh dot local transform matrix. Okay. It's only well, but it's kind of hard. I'm new to programming. Quaternion X, Y, Z to represent any rotation. Yes. But how do you do the math? Do they multiply together? Like, I guess once you set up the processes of how they work in your inner math, then maybe you don't worry about them too much, or maybe you do worry about them. Local transform equals mesh local transform matrix. Let's put this and see if this works. Local transform mesh local transform. In fact, we're gonna do im.text local transform and then draw transform of the mesh.local transform and see how good the AI math is. Hey, what? Is this, I cannot send this because mesh, because the mesh is not a pointer. Okay. I use CGLM and ignore the math. It's fast. Say that one. I heard that's fast. Okay, so that's cool. The pine tree, world rotation, we got a -0 there, but that looks pretty good. The local transform. Why are these things on the left? World positions, we're getting nice little. That looks like the math is right. I guess. So this local transform matrix, kind of, we don't want to use it. When we draw the mesh, let's use a MVP's map for mesh.local transformation matrix. Let's do, under transform, we're going to say transform to matrix. XF transform, return a matrix. I guess we don't have to do this unless it changes, but we'll just do it every frame now anyway. And the way to do this is much more simple than the other way around, kind of. Transform to matrix. It's this, which is we translate, then rotate, then scale. Map for matrix. matrix of map4 equals map4 1. Matrix equals linear algebra dot, was it rotate? Matrix for rotate, and we want the angle to be the xf dot local rotation. Translate, first translate. Yeah, I knew that. Equals out dot trans matrix for translate xf dot local position. That's it. And we have to multiply it by the matrix. There's a difference. And then rotate zxy. Okay. Dot z. And the vector 3 is right. I mean back. Oh, ZYX, interesting. And we have to times this by the matrix each time. Is CGLM, does that make it annoying that you have to like call the functions rather than use like operators? And that's it, times the matrix. Return the matrix. Run the matrix. So when we draw, we want to do times mesh transform to matrix, the mesh dot local transform. How about it? Yes, of course you did. Okay, we broke our thing. Let's not do the rotations or the scales for now. See if we're still breaking it. Transform to mesh dots local transform. Okay, that looks better. Oh look, and we can move things. Oh, that's a little bit much. 1. Oh, it's so sensitive. Editor. Drag float 3, speed equals 1. 0.2. 0.2. Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that. Okay, so that local transform is good. Pine tree, local scale. That doesn't seem to do. Oh, we're not doing the scale. Okay, because we kind of broke it. So rotation, we can rotate. Well, what happened there? What happened there, mate? Can rotate, we can rotate, we can rotate. Pretty cool. These are in radians. So perhaps when we draw them, we should have, oh. Well, that's annoying. Well, that's a problem for another time. And then was it the scale? Why was scale being... Scale was returning 0. Local scale 0. 1, 1, 1. Oh, I better stop this because this is a sample. Looks like the entity browser that I was building when I started my game with ECS. Yeah, this is like core model browser and then core texture, so anything that gets loaded. I went through all this trouble so I could select channels and look at them. And even map viewing. Yes. It's kind of a bit janky because it renders to a render buffer. But like actually kind of helpful. So why are we getting local scale 0 on our thing? Is it in this core transformation? Remove scale from the matrix to extract rotation. We didn't put the scale back in. Oh wait. Scale X, scale Y. Yeah, why did I do it for textures? I just had a dream. Well, once you start doing one thing, you're like, oh, it'll be cool to see the model, and then you can debug like lighting and stuff. If you could see the model. Because I was also testing like, am I loading it correctly and whatnot? And then I'm like, oh, well then it's trivial to draw the textures. And then I'm like, oh, well then you can... What is that not always open the texture view? Or is it just behind the window? Oh, that does not focus. I was like, oh yeah, then you could have a texture viewer to get a bit of information. And straight away I realized I was loading in textures completely wrong with S2B image. I didn't make you do anything. So that looks good, the local transformation. This is what sucks about AI is you like write me this thing, my local scale. Oh, because we're not doing any of that. Why are we not setting the local position? This is where we're, I don't know about local and world. There we go. So now I'm like, well, in daisy trains, when I wanted to debug the renderer, I was just looking at the scene, looking at things like that big, being like, what's going on? Hopefully this is actually helpful to seeing things and, you know, like finding, oh yeah, look, there's little texture issues and stuff. Technically you could see them in the DCC, but so we're not using world scale. We don't really need to do this. We can do draw transform local and just draw those, because this is technically just about the local transform. Model viewer, draw, transform local. What? Didn't I just draw, transform local? Oh, wow. Why am I drawing pink cubes instead of things now? And this seems to be wrong as well. Oh no, it is there. Wait. I was about to push Control Z like I'm in a real application. How does Control Z work? Why did it switch? maybe that needs to be... My recompile is 400 milliseconds. So it was working a moment ago. But what happened? Is it to do with this thing? Should it be scale first? That's not the way it worked in Old Mate. Well, that does work. But why am I drawing this model down here? That's funny. I find that kind of funny. Have to spend a few seconds going back to the game state. Yeah, that is a thing of like, how do you get back to the game state? But I don't mind it, honestly. Now I'm baked in. Draw model basic. Should we do mesh bind 0? Is that going to help us? No. I don't know about all that. I'm definitely struggling along like... so why, when we draw here, this pine tree, I'm sure it's saying here to draw the pine tree. Draw model basic pine tree. So it comes in here. Mesh VAO. Mesh bind. Does this have some if statement thing on it? No. That's strange. So it's pine trees that time when I load it, but it all depends on what's the first thing in the map. Yeah, when this one's the first thing, then it draws these instead of the pine model. Super strange. Super strange-o. Oh, is there something where I'm just like resetting? We've got 3 model loads. Do you, Alex, if you're still there, do you have binary asset loading? Have you pine tree? How can I... Next is rewrite into Jai when it comes out 2 years. Exactly, and we'll start again. Are you making a game or testing your coding skills? Don't you want to restart your game dev from 0 again? It's not 0. We've already written the game. I'm just translating it. Pine tree. Model is pine tree. So if I run this, I should see pine trees, and I do. This is like an unreproducible bug. Pine tree. It's going to be the pine tree again? It is. Yeah, I was just like always worried about pine tree. Hey, this time it worked. Strange fish. And now it's drawing these. It's definitely costing more to do this transform to matrix thing than it was to draw the straight matrix. Strange bugs. Models, I mean, Genie, can we just like, if pine tree, okay. Model weird drawing is the pine tree dot name. Don't rewrite the whole game, just rewrite one of the subsystems. Yeah, model would run in pine tree. I don't need to do this many debug draws, do I? This can just be up here. Yeah, I know. And I'm like, oh, because I rewrote the system, maybe I'll rewrite all the subsystems. Model wood drawing test model. So for some reason, this is pointing to a different piece of actual data. Test model rail pine tree. How interesting. How is that possible? We're loading the model. Are we reassigning it somehow? Very interesting. Well, we'll just fix that one later. But we've got local transforms in there, which is kind of cool. There's this thing. Here's the thing, Alex. I don't know if this interests you, but does this have it? I don't think this has. Does this have structure of arrays? Structure of arrays. Since the computer grabs memory and blocks in the cache line, blah, 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 we get a person, dynamic person. The memory layout looks like this. Person, health age, health age, health age. Append SOA. So you put a little SOA hash in front of a thing. And it's faster. "28 times faster than array of structures." This thing with Odin, it's all you have to do is put this keyword in front of a regular struct and it will realign them. There's a guy who does a thing with particles where he just makes particle X, Y, so and so. I wonder if we can do it with, I wonder if it works with our transform component. So we could have some, boy, you can do a thing that's like, I don't actually want to set it up because I haven't used it before, but it's like an auto alignment of structures that just makes it run in like SIMD faster. Yeah, I wonder. Well, that's the thing. If you fully commit to, you know, having some transform components or something where you've got all local positions, some dynamic vec3, like all of the local positions, rotations, or something. This is like ECS kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's like ergonomics of how you want to do it. Where do you put the SOA? Do you put it on a struct? Or does it have to be like on an actual field? Oh, it's on like the array itself. If you put position and rotation together, walk over that, we'll be reading it close together. Need a position and rotation for the same entity, you have to pull from two far away places in memory for the same entity. But I wonder if using this SOA thing, it would be packing things nicer. If you had, well, what if you had a struct, all transforms? Sorry, struct, which had all local XF, which was some long array of, you make a thing that's like a transform small, and as a position rotation scale as vec3. And you pack all your game data into something like this, all components. Yeah, well, now that I'm at the systemic level, why not try something? Well, I don't know, because I didn't even have entities in the first version, and I'm like, do I want to do this? Yeah, I'm interested in this. I mean, for the particle system thing, the guy just made a regular particle system, and when he made the particles, he just tagged them with SOA, and they were like 4 times faster or something. I was like, well, that's worth it if you don't have to do anything. What is an entity system even? How does it even work? What are the implications? You need an entity. Here's a question. You file, you file entities Entity is just like an i64, right? Or something like that. One thing that I wondered about is if you have something that's like a transform component. How did I do this? I did this in this other project. It was kind of like a bit of a hot mess. Open project solution. What was that game even called? What do we call it? It's been so long. Odin game, space game. Daisy Chains, CPVC. Oh yeah, Beyond Nexus. Beyond Nexus. Does this work? Oh, back in the camel case days. It's on the wrong screen, bruv. I don't remember how this thing works at all. Is there a game file? Game. Oh yeah. Game.cpp. Dun, dun. And that's wow, who made this? Where's like in that window and all that? In that window, display, there it is. Set window, set monitor, is there? Set monitor, get monitor, get monitor. How does this work in Raylib? We can't do it. Oh, set window size, set window, borderless, flag window mode. Borderless window mode, window, minimize, window, maximized. Oh, yo. All right, space game. Can we fire? Can we do anything? Anything work? Can we float around in space? Targeting. Target. Space. Fire. Destroy. Oh, he's shooting me. I had some buttons that were like to like load lots of enemies or something. Whoa. Okay, I can load levels. Randomize levels. Oh. Oh, I can fire. Beep, 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 beep. Dig, 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 dig. What was the point of this? Oh yeah, this is running on some kind of ECS thing. Components. Interesting. I made this array that ugh, looking at this other language instead of like, what is going on? Particle system in Odin, but found nothing. Oh, it's a video by the one guy. What's his name? Odin. Data. YouTube. Odin. Types in data.
We interpret copy as a T.
This guy, Rickard Anderson.
So this function is generic, and a T here will be whatever type you're trying to.
He was kind of an early adopter, and there's this one. He builds stuff with Odin. But there was one that was where was that one? Memory layout and SOA.
Layout.
So he does a bunch of tests with this particle thing where he tries to align them better and better for memory reading.
Right. If you search for SOA
and then he just makes an array and puts the tag in front of it.
The no mass, etc., etc. 1 cache 90, right?
And he operates on them normally. Doesn't do anything fancy.
That contains the actual structure is auto SOA.
So that's like, yeah, this auto SOA thing. I can't remember what the original. Well, that's where he takes part of the struct out to get it faster, because originally it has like an extra member that just makes loads slower. So this is like a generic maker of a thing. So what I wonder about, like, I guess my question about entities is, if you want packed entities, right? Entity. And you remove this entity and you want to do like unordered remove, so you move that entity and put it over here. Now its index is different, so you're not just like looking up these guys directly by index. Are you also, for each component, making an ID to index map that maps an int I64 to an integer index, and you update that, and so whenever you want to get component, that's an underhanded trick. We've been tricked. Transforms, which is a dynamic array of transforms. And we have something called get component, which is, I don't quite know how to use the type ID stuff properly. Whoa. Overview. $T type ID. So do you need to always be passing the type ID in? So say we want to get component and we get the ID, which is I64, and then we get a type ID. Type ID one word. Type ID, and we return T. Or do we want to point it to T? And we got to go into, well, I'm saying here's a sparse array of source. Play some deadlock. Yeah, well, I'm wondering, how did I do it in here? Did I? Oh, these are methods, but we don't have, well, what? Why is that so red? Oh, is this data? And data components, add component, entity component, set type. Oh, these are like bit sets. You're trying to learn how to program. And then sync component data, has component, entity components. So that is just a 32-bit set. Me trying to be fast. Get transform. Okay, so I'm doing a get on each type. Instead of doing this, well, you also need some component type enum. Say we got transform I don't know what else in the particle system. This is all stuff that I'm like, why am I doing this? This is daisy trains even need this. Type, component type, I'm just doing exercise C. And then I guess you can have a thing called G components, or just components, which we still don't know which one to get. We still have to like do a switch on the type, right? Because we can't just have like an array of different things without like using void pointers or something. So maybe you do a switch on type. Case.trans particle system return this is like get component of type transform. Why not just write a thing called get transform component? I don't know, because then you need like, I guess you can go Oh, a transform component is just a transform. Transform components. Transform components is not an array. It's just transform components. Particle system components. And how much writing do you want to do? Or do you just have a component that has an ID to index map, and then some? Can you make a generic struct? Is that a thing? Struct key value type ID. Interesting. Okay, struct, and it has $T type ID, and then component data is a dynamic T. So you don't need all these, and then you can have something that is component which is a component type sized array of component. This is legal code, and then you just get it. Then you say get component return. I guess you could write it out and say component equals, and you go G components is components. The word component sounds really weird after you say it like 20 times. Component equals G components of the type, and John Bosch says ECS is wrong for most games. I think I agree. Yeah, I know. I think so too. It's like the speed up you get. Is it worth it? Because you're already going to go fast. One thing that I do wonder about is like, I mean, with the other one, I did no kind of systems of entities or transforms or anything, and I just feel like for every case, you're having to write a new thing. For every time you want to do anything, you have to construct it yourself. And my ECS is 31 lines of code, man. What are you doing? Return component dot this is a component pointer, right? Dot component data of the ID component dot ID to index of the ID. So this is not happy. Valid parameter type. How do you write this? Enumerations. Enumerated array. Oh, you write like, yeah, you write a direction. What is this of 2 ints? Oh, this is components. No? I'm a big fan. ECS for the most part is one of those solutions that gets oversold without being fully understood. I'm a big fan at the end of the day. G components, which is of type components, but components is not happy because I'm declaring something incorrectly. This here says direction, northeast, southwest. A direction size thing. Does it have to be constant? No. What is the syntax? I don't really know what I'm doing. My component struct needs the type ID. Does it? Hey, it does. So what is wrong with this one then? Valid use of non-specialized polymorphic type components. There's a flaw in my system. Benchmarks on your own game frame time is key. Yeah, well, you get in, you know, you watch enough Mike Acton talks and you get all inspired about taking care of the data and the cache lines. I mean, that guy was writing game engines for Xbox 360s and stuff, so it's probably a different. What is $T type ID? It's just like whatever the thing is in C++. The template type name T. Dynamic component, but you can't have a dynamic array of components of any type. Yeah, okay. Fair. I thought I could do it, but I can't. You could make it a union. No, I mean, you may as well just write them out, right? Yeah, true. Just void pointer it up. So this is gonna fail on, that actually builds, which is weird because G components is not a thing. So either way, is it better to have oh, this stuff's a headache. This is why it's just like, just do it explicitly, don't try and be fancy. Dynamic component transform. Transform components. Still doesn't like that. What did I do in here? Component. So I just had all these arrays, which is sitting in global. Oh, and I had to pass one of the arrays into it to work. Bum 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 bam 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 bam. Hey, that works. But this doesn't make any sense anymore. But I don't even have particle systems. Per component type is simpler. I can see that. When you do the parapoly struct, we say type ID, you can't do that. Okay. No wonder devs do it that way. My way is way more complex here. Well, we could do the switch in here anyway. Switch on type. So you can just call get component of the type you want with the ID that you have or the entity. Entity. Dot case dot transform and then you kind of need to write like cases out. Or can you have like a component pointed to a component? Can I say component equals G components dot transform components? I can. And then say, this might not work. I'm just sort of working through it in my head. Component data of component dot ID index of entity. Oh, whoops. ID. You're taking it too personally, man. This doesn't hurt me. Also, well, it also means I don't have to write break after every case. How about that? I don't have to write parentheses around my conditionals. Components init, components shutdown. What you could do here is have a thing, you could do your own memory allocation thing. Components, G components, delete G components dot we need to for component in G components dot transform components. One thing it doesn't have is the destructor. Also, don't you just love these easier loops? Genie.odin, we can init components init. We'll just do some testing. Components shutdown. So can we where do components go? Oh, I put it in entities, didn't I? You have to like do entity name, entity incrementing and all that, or do you do like UUIDs or something like that? I don't even know how to do that. Why don't we make a entity equals 0, an entity, well, let's make like for I in 10 entities, entity equals I, so cast it to an I of type entity, and then g components dot transform components. I guess we needed like an add component. Instead of passing the component type enum and the type ID, could you only pass the type ID, then switch on the hash of the type ID? Yeah, that's a good point. Switch on, is it type of T? So are we talking like transform? Error entity not declared but not used. Well, I don't know why it's not doing this. Is this code real? We'll find out. Entity. Would you just write E to be faster? And type ID T. We could return a pointer to it to be like, hey. So it's the same thing, right? But here you're like, what do I want to add? Is this where you like, do you like use a void pointer or something to add component type, create data? What does this do? Oh, it's also confusing. Data. So what is the data? You hear that? That was a sheep. That's right, I'm out in the country. So I guess it just creates, don't worry about the data. It just return a pointer to that data. Then component dot component data. I guess we're appending, right? Append on component data. Well, some T. How do you, or just an empty thing? Can we do that? And then component dot ID to index ID equals component dot data dot back. The back. Can you get the back off? The len of things minus 1. And then return back. Is there a thing? How do you get the last element? Array. No, a small array. Dynamic array. Inject, pop, unordered remove, ordered remove, slice, delete, resize, reserve, shrink. Do I have to do len of thing -1? Component dot component data len of component dot component data -1. I don't know why I'm not getting the errors. I feel like this is all bodgy as code. And all it's saying is entity add component entity and type of transform. Now it's like, wait a second, you actually called this code? Transform is not an expression but a type. Switch on, what is the switch on type? Switch statement, assert type of, switch v in value, switch t. Can I just do switch t? Only use with an enum type. Type switch statement is a construct that allows several type assertions and series of type switches like a regular, but the case are types, not values. Switch. Maybe you cannot switch on that type of type. Yeah, well, it can be done with like unions, but I think we will need to use the component type. Switch on type case dot transform dot transform. Error parameter t is missing in function call. Okay, so where did I put it? In the type ID. Oh, that's annoying that you have to do it twice. Transform. And then here, we get a pointer to it. We cannot assign value of a thing type, component type, t equals transform to component type. Okay, so you have to, do you have to write all this stuff for each one? Which kind of sucks. I guess you could just get like, instead of a component, just go straight to the bytes. We'll just do it for one case. C equals G components dot transform components. C. Whoops. Append C dot component data has no field component data. Does it not? C is a pointer to a component type of component transform. Is that right? Wow. Okay, this is a... Oh, this is not this anymore. This is just a dynamic array. No, wait, yeah. What is this? Transform components. Yeah, that's that. Dot component data. This is so jank. Oh, we don't need to do this. We just need to delete. Okay, so append an thing len of component data -1. Oh. Are you not happy about the... Oh, yeah. Turn nil. Perfect. That's really coming down out there. Actually building. We get any 500 bytes at entities Odin. So yeah, this is the thing where you call this and it doesn't actually delete the data, which is always fun. You appended this. Is there some part? I don't know why that. Oh, maybe it's the map as well. You got to delete the map. ID to index. There we go. Perfect. So we're adding the components. Entities equals an array of 10 entity. For E in entities, E equals that. E equals E? Well, you set the index as well. E equals I. This also needs to be taken like that. And then send in E. I guess we can say draw transform local entities 0.0. We need to get the component. Get component entities 0. Is this all worth it? Is any of this worth it? Oh, error. Now this has errors. Okay. Oh, we also need that thing. It's like we try to make your life easier, but you end up just making it harder. And we have to do all this stuff again. Turn pointer to G components dot transfer components dot component data of. You have to get in there again. You have to get in there again. Index equals G components dot transfer components dot ID to index of the entity. Return index. Return nil. Dot transform. Well, we don't need this type ID anymore. It's just doing nothing. Tag denums for the win. And there's the transform there. Man, what a journey. For no real reason. Holy, I am snacky. We got 3 hours. Pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm drawing this thing real randomly. This is not important anymore. Somehow we get our little stuff mixed up there. All right, how is this? Is this better than the original Daisy Trains in any way, shape, or form? I guess the real question is, what is it that was letting us down, that was making life harder? Was managing entities important? Not really. It was more just things like, well, I guess the goal with the thought process with this is, if I wanted, say, a train, yeah, and I also wanted it to have a particle system, and I wanted the particle system to be sort of offset, like to transform around some point, right? So the way I had to do it is I had to make the train and put all the parameters in, and I had to make the particle system and put all the parameters in, and then manually do the transform of the particle system to the train, right? And that was like custom code for that, do it and rotate it and whatever. And then I was like, oh, there should just be a transform component, or transform has a parent pointer, and you should have just a thing that's called transform update or something that transforms this transform around its parent. And you just got to remember to call that everywhere you need that. And then I was like, well, the idea of having a system that each frame goes through transforms, and if they're dirty, if they're not static or something, if not static, then update via parent, and then we don't need to worry about this. Yo, what's up, Les? And then I'm like, well, okay, so if you want to transform in the first place, you create the transform, it gets sent back to you and it's stored somewhere. Because that's what I do with like models, textures, shaders. They all have some global storage where they exist, and they get sent back as pointers. And that's how you store them in your like game struct. Has like model 1, model 2, and these are just pointers. In fact, it gets even better when you start doing like model tags, which is an enum, which is like model 1, model 2, and then you just have game has game models. I don't know, I'll do 2 lines of this, which is the size of model tag. And if you want to get a model, get model, just pass the tag, and it returns the pointer. And then when you want to clean up the models, they're all in one place. And even these are pointers because they're deep inside the asset structure or the models, where it's got the real data. Yes, 2 devs for the price of 1. I saw that meme, mate. That meme where it's like, you create a Discord because you think it's gonna like appeal to, you're making a game, you make a Discord and you're gonna have people that are interested in the game and potential players and all this, and then what you really get is game devs. Just a whole bunch of game devs. So my theory is that should all constructible components or core thingamabobs like transform, particle, sys, what are the core components of the game? What else is in this game? All we do is transform and particle systems. I don't know. Should they be... Is this just a transform thing? Also, to be able to take whatever the thing is and have some way of displaying it in the editor and changing it and serializing it. So if we wanted to build a thing that's like a little train that has a particle system, and that particle system's at like vec 3, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3 or something. And then I go, oh, I'm literally having to type it in code. So what if there was a little window and in there you had your transform and you could set it and then it just auto serializes. And now we're making Unity. We're the guys that never actually make the game. Now in 10 years, you're going to forget about us and be like, man, whatever happened to that Rockers and that Olex? And then you can just see a game come out somewhere. Game comes out. This is what's funny is like, if you make a game with Unity and like it takes you 1 year and it comes out and you sell 5 copies, and we're going custom engine, it's going to take 5 years and we're going to sell 5 copies. Yeah, but he made a whole programming language at the same time. Have you heard that joke? What's the difference between jazz and rock and roll? In jazz, you play 5,000 notes to 4 people, and in rock and roll, you play 4 notes to 5,000 people. What do you do for serialization, Olex? How do you serialize your data and stuff? How do you like say I want to make some set of settings and when I twiddle them in the editor, then they save nicely? What are you using for that? What were we even doing? Well, we're further ahead than Daisy Trains ever was because we've got the ability to move things. Look at that. Look, oh, moving of the local transform moves everything. That's pretty cool. Yeah, local scale rotation and transform. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. But this is of this model. That's not even an instance of that model. Didn't think about that now, did I? This is the core model. This is not the instance. J-Bo's like the ultimate, what we're describing, the game dev who's like, I could just make a game, but that's not hard enough. I need to like make the engine. It's like, but that's not enough. I need to make the language. None of this is enough. None of it's deep enough. Meanwhile, people are just like putting out gambling games, just like, pow, put out a game, woohoo, millionaire, let's go. Quite mesmerizing. Look at these trees going up and down, isn't it? There they are. Perfect. Who needs the lighting model? Yeah. I have a friend like that though who like say that, like, if you give a person, say you make a game or you do something and it's a success and you get this money and then you're like, cool, you know, on to the next one. There's something weird in people that makes them like be like, all right, I made $1 million, $10 million off that game. For the next game, I'm going to hire like, I'm going to build an office and hire like 20 people, and it's going to cost us $1 million a year to make the next game. The Hyper Light guys did that, and they're like, oh, can I change the rotation? I don't know, would that just happen to everybody? Woo! Back face culling. Back the face cull. Is that just what happens if you're successful? Hey, why is this down here? What? Model viewer, what do you do? Oh, you're just down there, so I see. And now you got to thread, if you want to use this component system, you got to thread this component in and make an entity. So I guess the entity is more for, because what we're working on, a local transform of the model or the mesh itself, because a model can have multiple meshes. So this local transform is kind of nothing to do with entities, because we haven't even actually made an entity. But in this thing here, say we use these entities and we want to use these entities to draw these things here. So this matrix, this draw model basic, what if we don't rely on a matrix and we just have a XF which is a transform component. A transform. Then do we have to do two transform to matrices? Yeah, we do. So say we're going to work off these things. We add component transform component. This, I guess we could have some thing. We could say t equals this, t dot local scale equals vec3 1, and t dot world scale equals vec3 1. If you have a lot of unique entities, ECS will help. I don't know whether it's going to be helpful. So this here, instead of making the matrix, instead of creating the matrix, you say XF is a transform, and then XF dot local. When we did our transform thing, we did transform. We're using the local position. Okay. Where were we? In Genie, we're making a transform. XF dot local position equals the position plus vec3, this vec3. XF dot rotation equals, so we're doing vec3 0.0 get elapsed time. Oh, we've already got that, right? Elapsed time 0.0 XF dot scale. We don't need to change the scale. Local rotation and can we send in the XF? Will it work? Error cannot, error. If model, can we say, I guess we can just say, oh, that's so annoying. Maybe we can just say transform. Can I make a constant transform? Can I make a transform identity is a transform and local scale equals 1, vec3 1 and world scale. Maybe. What was the problem? Transform identity. Hey, that worked. But I don't see my trees. Oh. Because I'm doing some weird loop thing. Maybe we do this where we do like a creation of these, because we're making these row matrices things. Let's this is annoying. Oh, I guess we could just say 0.count times count. Perhaps we will make, how big are these? For entities count. I add component, da-di-da. Oh, this is why I did it in a two-dimensional array, didn't I? So I didn't have to figure out how to look them up. For at row and da-di-da. Row and entities. Entities are in row. Oh, this is challenging. How do you get a... How do you get a... What is the what is the equation to get a index from a 1D array from a 2D loop? Computing alignments are required for components. To get that wrong and everything dies in a fire. Index. Index 1D equals Z index times count plus X index. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Index. So XF equals equals get component of entities index 1D of type dot transform. What? Oh. XF equals get component and then send that. I don't even know what I did there. 59 for EN entities is no longer a thing. Hey, look. It's rotating in a weird way. Yeah, my dog is crazy. She used to be on like fluoxetine, like Prozac in Australia, because she was crazy. She's always been crazy. So why are we getting extra rotation, sirs? Oh, this. Local rotation. Let's not do that. Does that... Oh, yeah. Well, you know, that kind of worked. We set a bunch of components. These are all now instanced components. So you could create a thing like an entity, like you got like an entity lookup thing now, and get the component of any of these and mess with it. Because when we do this, transform to matrix, we're using this local thing, which is probably not right. We are doing 2 times release daisy chains. Release 1.5 milliseconds. So in our entities, this is really components. It's got one line for entities. Transform components. So here we're going to say return no. This says type SOA pointer SOA to dynamic transform. Cannot assign a value C component of type SOA pointer to an SOA no. How do I get it then? SOA append SOA. So then how do we get it? So we structure lower, print SOA, we get the SOA. SOA. So what do I do? Well, I don't know what it's going faster than. Asking component data SOA dynamic. SOA dynamic, yeah, that's how you declare it. Is there some make SOA, append SOA, resize, reserve SOA, ordered remove, non-zero append. AI doesn't know a lot. Only the latest models know about even how to do Odin. So we tag and behave like regular dynamic arrays. Access fields with normal dot notation. I get an error that is called cannot assign address component data of type SOA. Here's the SOA, return a special SOA pointer type. You may need to cast it to a regular pointer. Oh, why do you have to rewrite the whole thing? So I can't read what I'm doing. Hey, I don't get... Wait, no way. This one cannot assign, expected that and got that. Wait, where's the error, man? Oh, I removed one of these. Can we build? No. Cannot cast component data into edge pointer transform from dynamic transform. Anyone know how this works? Which AI are you using? I've got the best answers related to Odin and DeepSeek. Is that right? This is Haiku. Claude Haiku. I don't know. Get add component. Let's see. It's just going to keep writing code and we'll keep copy pasting it until I don't get. It is unsafe to return the address of a local variable from a procedure as it uses the current stack frame's memory. Yeah, true. You wouldn't want to do that. I wonder if ChatGPT knows about this. Codex. That didn't even work. You know, I think that's the correct way to access and use SOA array in Odin. The thing that sits here and thinks. I just like the fast one, but then like it gives you bad info. Is this just the reality? Oh, does this need to return? So you think we say we get the transform components, we append SOA len. Is that a real thing? No. Undeclared name SOA len. It's just like making shit up. Nah, bro. Maybe because it's of type T. I mean, it's annoying to have to. Do I just write them all out? Transform components. ChatGPT 5, just straight up 5. And now do we need to add transform component as a thing? You just write it out, because this is what generics is really doing, right? We get rid of add component. Get rid of generics. Well, it's really coming down out there. You don't need any of this stuff. Returns. Oh, it's still not going to let me get it? Oh, is it going to say SOA? Do I have to write this? Well, I don't actually want to send a whole array of them back. Dang. Can I just use the c.id to index map of the entity? Yeah. Can it, is there SOA get or something? I guess you can say transform. You can do that. It'll get it, but you can't return a pointer to it. Alt space. All right. What about Control Shift P Enter? ChatGPT 5 looks like I can access the element but not return a pointer to it. Gotta give them your code, man. You have to give them your code. You must give them. SOA len is not a valid piece of code. Maybe if I go look in the packages. Is there a thing called SOA? No, understanding the programming. Blah, 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 blah. When do I use? That's the last thing. Oh. There are additional things. There's not that much additional stuff. Oh, did I ever record this? I didn't. I didn't record at all. Didn't record the stream at all. Oh well. Oh well. We streamed the stream. You can use len and you can use cap. Oh, it's not very helpful. You're right, there's no SOA len. Use len with hash SOA. Append SOA element. Just open the file up when I do this, man. Return 1. Doesn't really do much. Core built-in SOA. So what do we got in here? Footer, make SOA aligned. Delete SOA slice, clear SOA, into dynamic SOA. An ordered remove, but there's no like, maybe it is something to do with the return type. It's really coming down out there. Just joined. How's the Odin rewrite going? Yeah, we've just about rewritten the whole engine. Sitting here looking at an error going, say what? Man, it's really coming down out there. Just a sec. Listen to that. I think the answer, as with earlier, is just undo, 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 undo until it works. Undo, undo, undo. And take away this SOA. Take away, take away. Go back to generics. Build and hope it works. Oh, it's really coming down out there. Okay. Can we ever so quickly, in the most quickest of ways, draw a thing that says oh, we need to actually store our entities somewhere, don't we? We need like an add entity, remove entity. We could just, maybe we'll just do it in the test scenario here. Oh, did I change get component? Why am I getting errors here? The old errors. The debug test im.begin entities for e in entities. We can say draw transform local, and we can go get component e dot transform and some As just did you see that? That's like the least amount of lines, and we need an IMG end. Yes. IM.text entity E zing. I don't want to clean up my... Hey, there's my entities. Oh, error message. It's quite a few. And why is it drawing pink squares sometimes? Push ID E C string. Why am I pushing a C string? ID send D E. What? Oh, do I need to write C string? Cast string. C string. IM.pop ID. Nice. Is that going to work nicely? Oh, damn you. How do you get around that? Entity 0. It's got my little thing. E entity. Oh, did I not set the actual entities? E equals entity I. Oh, this needs to be actually for E in entities. E equals E. E equals, oh, we're near the index. E equals I. And we need an ampersand. I want you guys to feel the power of what's coming on around. Oh yeah, we fixed it. Oh, so this is directly manipulating the local transform. And also it's drawing purple things for some reason. Sometimes. Oh look, I can manipulate the local rotation of this one chat. Why are you doing that? I should have recorded this. Okay, so therefore we can say instead of this, instead of passing in the, we'll say the world position, oh, model draw basic, we send in the XF, it transforms to matrix that, oh, and transform to matrix is using the local. I guess is basically this. This is transformed to matrix local. And this is transformed to matrix. Okay. Oh, it's world, not global. And then this, we want to say that the local transform to the matrix local. Now, and these will change the local positions. Where are you? You doing anything? No, it's not going to do anything. So transform, editor, transform, draw transform world. Or maybe we just draw transform. For EN entities, draw transform. So the local position is not really... Oh, well, it's to do with something else. Okay, so the world position's being manipulated. Oh, that does exactly the same thing. So perhaps here we do want to set the local position. But that's not going to do anything because we're never using this local position. Now they're all in the middle. But the world position, I can move one. That's what sucks about local and world. You kind of got to do this twice, right? Matrix local equals x transform to matrix local of the xf, and then matrix times equals matrix local. Move it locally, then move it like that. Oh yeah, that's doing it. Huh? Wait, how to get confused? Damn cube bug. Okay. Now we have these. Now we should be able to move the local position up. And it'll just move the local position. One entity at a time. Yeah, because that's kind of how I guess you want it to work, right? It's probably taking twice as long because we're doing multiple thingies. For everyone, we're rotating. We're doing 2 matrix calculations. This is where you're like, oh, well, on the transform, you store some local matrix. And you store some is local matrix dirty. Oh. And then you only calculate the local, you only change the local matrix, and then you just do a matrix multiplication of the world position. But now you've got fat struct. And now this is where you get into the issues with the memory. Like, you got so much data on this dang thing that if you want to pick out the world position, is this where you go deeper in entities, and then you have position components. Was a local position components. Oh, dude. Then what has he been a transform? Maybe a transform just has the matrices. There's this convenient structure that allows you to get in and operate on it. So here, if you were like get component transform, you'd have to like get the world position component to operate on it. And then now you're creating millions of statements and stuff to do this thing. But that's what if you want fast data, that's what you got to do, right? Yeah, you could say a transform component is just a local matrix and a world matrix. And is dirty. And then like only if, how do you know if it's been changed? Do you have to have functions called set world position, set local position? You make all these like private. This is what I like about Odin, is I feel like I just have these crazy ideas and then I just do them. I'm less scared. Let's move this ugly function that I don't understand down. Whoops. What was the rationale between like for an editor you delete a line and then it copies it to the clipboard? Does anyone ever use that? Like if I want to cut or copy, I use copy and paste. I've never in my life been like delete and paste. So you go, oh yeah, I want all this, but I want to delete that and put it there, and you're like, oh bruh. Why? Yeah, I think I'm cooking something here. I'm cooking by destroying all the code. But maybe this is something to experiment with when I'm on my own. But I got a feeling all data must be respected and aligned and put into nice places. I think it's a pretty good stream. I don't know what we actually did. What did we actually do? Forward progress, we made we improved the model viewer. How? Not really. We tried to improve the texture viewer and failed. Oh, we did fix the local transform. and we made it actually functional. So that comes in correctly from the importer. And yeah, 5% of ECS work is done. Hey, you don't understand my minimalism. A component of Vec3, 3 F32s. Thoughts on doing it this way, where you break it down. And then you like, if you want to adjust something's position, you have to like explicitly say set position. You're not allowed to touch the value. Can you put like private inside structs? Variable declarations for globals only. Can you put at private can I say, I can do it on the global, the G components. And then it's like, you cannot get. You're missing Steam integration to start stacking the hours being tracked in your own. I have no idea how that works. Bruh. I don't know why I'm trying to do it this way, man. It's just torturous. So many things I don't understand or know how to do. Unqualified. Why do these windows not remember where they are? Don't we have an INO? Oh, because I think I set them on open in the editor. How much time do you spend playing versus like debugging? So if I didn't have these, I guess you need a thing to say for EN entities. If has component E of type dot transform, you need this kind of thing, eh? Oh, I don't have a method to, I don't have any functionality for that. Is there a has component? Oh, I have a problem with this as well, of this type T thing, because if you put a different case in the switch statement, then it still is possible and it has a thing. Yeah, it's good when you can play your game a bit. Anyway. Good stream. Good stream. Very informational. I think I'm going to go eat something and then do some more work. Carry on. Thanks everybody for joining me on this exciting stream where we muddled through awkwardly trying to do some of the basics of a massive unachievable project as usual. Yeah. Ooh, there's a bit of verb on that. Alrighty. Well, hopefully, I think I've got a job coming on Friday, but I'll keep at it. Keep at it until it's time to give up and download Godot. Thanks for hanging out, Olex, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Good luck with your project.